Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Lil Euphie's Creative Corner. My name is Lil Euphie, and this is my Creative Corner. I'm a little late today. Sorry. I was getting my window closed, my makeup on, and my hair somewhat dried because, it's been a crazy morning, as some of you may know with Wolf's channel. So yeah, there's some crazy people in DC right now. So yeah, but that's his thing. So I'm doing my hands and eye study today because this is what I do to relax and kind of reset from watching their craziness for a while. I'm like, okay, good, bad. I'm just like, there's so much hypocrisy on either side of it that it's laughable. But I can only laugh for so long until I get a little frustrated and want to start like doing something about it, But what am I actually able to do here, in my town of in Oregon? And, it's all the other side of the country, and I'm able to do artwork, and that's, it's also my weekend, so I'm kind of like, I need to have some sort of relaxation thing. So, anyway, this is what I'm able to do to kind of like reset from it. So anyway, I hope that you guys are having a good weekend watching the craziness, or working on projects around the house, or whatever brings you enjoyment. I hope that you're participating in it. Today, let's see. I'm gonna start with hands, eyes. Probably just going back to hands. Oh, did I have this open? Oh, I do. Okay. I know yesterday I forgot to put on the title of the songs that we're playing, but it seems I kept it on. Okay. See, I ended the stream last night with doing this hand here, so we'll put some more details onto it. Some fingernails over here. I don't want to go too detailed because it's like, I don't know. I have a particular style that I like to flow into. I don't want to spend too much time on like a particular hand. It's, it's kind of like a warm-up challenge sort of, I don't know. Seeing if I can make different random hand shapes. I don't know if whatever, like, I have like a line or something I can make it out of. It's kind of how I did this one here. Made a line. Let's see, maybe we do like a back of the hand. Hello, Frosty, welcome. I know you were early, and I was late to my own show. Maybe this hand is a little like splayed out. Take the back of the hand and splay it out a little bit. This finger going a little more this way. Actually, should not be trying to separate it out like that too much. And putting in a little bit of an arm here, not too much. I think after this hand, I'll move over to doing some eyes and kind of, I don't know, reset my perspective on hands and stuff. Sometimes my mind gets a little bored of doing the same thing from the previous day's show. So I think that these are good, like, instead of doing like a large scale piece over the weekend, it's the same thing. Like kind of breaking it up and doing like smaller scale, you know, just sketches like these and stuff. There's less pressure. Kind of using my own hand as a reference point here. Sometimes I'll put like a line where, you know, I think the thumb is gonna go, and I'm like, wait a second, does that actually like break the hand? Does that break the thumb off? Like I showed yesterday, sometimes when things aren't drawn right, our eyes automatically know that something's just not correct. You know, if I were to draw a thumb here, that thumb is broken. You know, there's no way that we could put a thumb there. That's just, it looks like an alien thing. You know, there's a difference between style and just not understanding anatomy. To the point where it's not believable anymore. Like, this pinky would not curve in this way. So that's why it's good to, I don't know, reset the perspective, flipping it back and forth, double checking. Even this thumb, I think, needs to be put somewhere else. See a little bit. So it more aligns with the square of the palm. And some days I'm just better at drawing hands than normal, because usually I suck at them, but every now and then it's like, okay, I have a basic, you know, like I can understand this. Hands get complex sometimes, especially when there's, you know, already the rest of the the body, you know, to attach it to. There's a lot of pieces to it that just focusing on the hand part of it kind of goes out the window. So just kind of getting the general thickness of the hand there, because it's not a flat square and then you just, you know, attach lines to it. There is depth to that. There is some muscle, you know, of that where the thumb attaches to. And they're also not just, you know, like 3 segments of like lines. There's also, it's like a cylinder, you know. There's cylinders attached here. I'm just coming in here and kind of giving a better represented portion of the fingers, because the middle finger is going to be the longest unless, you know, you were in like some sort of an accident and, you know, the tip of a finger got cut off, or you know, that's a specific you know, or like you're born with it. Again, very unique traits in whichever character that you're drawing, you know, whether it be a real person or it's fictional. You know, that's a part of the design that is unique to that human or humanoid, and it actually opens up opportunity for more story, you know, like lore or a backstory, or, you know, something in that character's history that explains why, you know, that part of their anatomy is not like everybody else's, you know, or what's standard, I guess I should say. And back up a little bit so I don't get too lost in the sauce of details. If you're an artist, it's good to do reflections on your own work and where you're struggling at, so that there's never a stagnation in personal growth. We're all on a creative journey. This part here needs to be a little lower. There we go. I'm gonna switch to eyes after this, because I can tell that today is not as good of a hand day as yesterday was. I'm like, maybe here. also gonna make this arm go a different direction because I just think it would be more of a unique look to it. Get rid of this part here. And some little wrinkles here for the palm. It separates into different muscle groups. And again, not trying to be too detailed because, you know, everybody has their own style to it. You know, you draw in ways that is comfortable to you. I know people take on the style challenges as well, which I think are also very helpful in branching outside of your comfort zone. But there is no need to force yourself to draw in somebody else's style if that's not where you're drawing happiness from. Or it's, you know, it's not a like a client work, because that in of itself is I don't know, it's different if you're doing artwork for pay or for your own happiness. That is a different motivating thing of it. So I suppose it depends on what is motivating you. If what motivates you to make artwork is, you know, it's bringing you joy, then I think you should find develop a style that is comfortable for you, or, you know, combined other people's styles. That's kind of how I made mine, was seeing other people's style of drawing, how they made drawings of humans or you know, of My Little Pony characters. That's where I got a lot of my start in understanding the importance of like proportions and anatomy and you know, simple shapes, you know, just working with like circles, lines, you know, squares. It's all very just basic stuff that you build off of. So, but it's how you build on top of those very basic shapes that defines what your style ends up looking like. So I took from what I saw other people and how they made their artwork look the way that it does. And this thumb again is a little too high up, I think. And I also followed some of their tutorials and then changed it up until it looked different from their end result. And then it became, I don't know, its own technique. It's the other wonderful thing about that artistic journey is that there's many people that have gone before us, that we can learn from, tutorials and just looking up something. Like if you're learning a new art program, there's likely tutorials on how to use it better. Yeah, today is definitely not one of those comfy art or comfy hand days. I've made an attempt on this one. That's what I'm telling myself here. An attempt was made. Being careful with this larger eraser here. I'm gonna a little smaller so it's more manageable. Brush there to use. I am not going for line work. No way. Where? It's upside down. And some light cleanup here. Pinky needs to come out just a little bit more, I think. Hello, Sun Honey. Hello, Jonathan. Welcome back. Here in a bit, I'm gonna start doing some eye sketches. Because today, I ain't feeling as comfy with the hands as I was yesterday. I'm like looking at my own hand. I'm like, I don't know. I hope you guys are doing well. Just kind of giving a little bit of a better shape here for these fingertips. Kind of showing where different segments of the fingers are. Oh, I love doing that, Jonathan. It's like one of the most satisfying parts about when I'm drawing a character and doing like their makeup on the design. I think it was last weekend I was working on the Gumi design for my music album cover thing. I don't really know how to describe it. But whenever I'm coloring the eyes and the face, like I love, it's like, you know, you're applying makeup to somebody. It's so much fun. I love it. Oh, that is so much fun. At my high school's theater class, I never got to participate in this part of it because it was for the advanced placement kids only, but they got to apply prosthetics to make them all look old, and it was very convincing. I thought I couldn't recognize some of the older classmates that I had. Because I had been placed into the senior art class, and so I had made friends with some seniors in my freshman year that were also in that theater class, and I had barely recognized them when I went to some of the plays that they were in. I was like, what in the world is that, David? Like, what? Thick unibrow. Oh my goodness. Teacher said people had separated eyebrows. I thought you removed his thick glasses from like his unibrow. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it gets very convincing. It's like, you know, you don't recognize people when it's just, you know, it's that good. Okay, I'm going to move over to a different canvas and start up some eye sketches. Okay, saving this, we'll open a new canvas. 8.5 by 11. I'm gonna copy over this color too because I like this easy to look at mauve purple-esque color. All right. Eyes are so stylized. It really, really depends, you know, on what style you are, you know, trying to develop or get comfortable with or mimic or copy or whatever, right? Like, they are so expressive, just like with hands, but, you know, so many different things that you could do with them. Expressions that you could hint at, or, you know, just blaringly obviously state. Put in a water line if you wanted to. Spylight going on here. And also, like, which creature are you know, drawing an eye from, you know? I suppose we could even get into, like, you know, different, like, hands for different kind of, like, creatures and stuff, you know, if it's got big claws and larger segments. Open this up a little bit. I'm gonna connect this part. Make this line up here more defined and darker, and then as it fades out on the exterior of the eyelid, it'll fade out a little more. I'm gonna put in the iris and pupil. I'm kind of going for kind of like a, I don't know, curious or a wondering kind of awe look. Just a wide-eyed expression. I think I should also probably put in, I don't know, maybe I should put in eyebrows. Maybe that would be helpful. Pupil going on in there. Let's see. I think I want a different shape there. A little bit of a narrower oval. This is where it comes down to whatever style placement of, you know, like a shape of a pupil. I think there's some people that they like to do the different shapes of, like they do like a heart pupil, or like there's even triangle ones or square ones. Again, it also depends on like the creature that you're drawing, because some animals, some creatures have like these really, you know, weird looking pupils because they have different they can see like all the way around their bodies. I know with I think sheep and goats, other ungulates, other hooved animals, because they have to they have to be able to see, you know, all the way around them to protect them from predators. They have better peripheral vision than humans with, you know, circular pupils, or you know, any other creature that has circular pupils. That is very important in character design. You know, if you have an animated movie about an animal that in real life has a horizontal pupil, but you want to make that creature seem more relatable or you know, human-like to the audience, you would give it, you know, either a circular pupil and maybe, you know, eyebrows. I know that the eyebrows are a very important design feature in the movie Spirit Stallion of the Cimarron, because obviously horses don't have actual, you know, like individual hair eyebrows. They do have muscles on their faces that are above the eyes that do give a little bit of a hint towards expression, but for an animated movie, you know, for with a demographic mainly towards the younger folk, then you would have to extend that reality into some fictional parts of the design. Hello, Little Red, welcome. Today we're doing an eye study as well as hands, and thank you. It's a little more of a cartoon-esque style to it. I could get very detailed, but that's another style. And a little bit of shade there to the pupil. And then I'll put in a light dot. And we'll put some more emphasis on this eyebrow here. Alright, I'm gonna go over to this other side here and do another one. This one I'm gonna go with a more angrier look. A more squinted and not as wide-eyed as the previous one. I like starting out with the lower lid, or if it's, again, like if it's a wider eyed one, start with the top. Again, just very basic shapes, basic lines and shapes, and you just build on top of those. Let's see. Put in the eyebrow, like a hint of where it's gonna go. Maybe it pushes in to the skin a little bit there, into the brow. Even here it'll press into this area. I draw a lot of humans, other people's character designs, like for D&D or my own personal comic, or I also draw very stylized My Little Pony characters. I used to do that more in high school. I don't draw them as much anymore, but it's still like equine anatomy I'm comfortable with, and it actually very much helped me get comfortable with drawing humans. You just reorganize different shapes and placements of things, and it makes it make sense easier when it's simplified to that degree. But yeah, with that, it opened up a lot of opportunities for like drawing other animals. Like, you know, if somebody wanted me to draw, you know, a wolf, for instance, you know, I've done that before, and it's easy to translate, you know, a circle, line, smaller circle, larger circle, and then, you know, like that would be a horse, or, you know, some sort of four-legged creature, you know. It's very basic stuff. You just need to know where to place things and how long, you know, a neck line needs to be. Or hello, Lady Nuke, welcome. We are back on that art game doing eyes, and I'll probably switch back over to hands and stuff whenever I'm feeling up to that challenge. Today is not as comfy as of a day as yesterday it was for hands. I don't know. I have my good days and I have my bad days for different parts of anatomy. But yeah, so like, you know, changing it up from a, you know, pony or a horse or equine, whatever four-legged animal you want to, you know, make into, like you would just change around how they stand. You know, you have like a larger cavity for a torso, you know, in different four-legged creatures. It's, you know, and the tail goes in a different way. It's, you know, there's even like a shoulder bone that's placed differently in cats and, you know, bears and alligators, giraffes, whatever you wanna draw, right? Like if you did a giraffe, that neckline's gonna be way longer than a horse, obviously, or a human. It's like, but it's still a four-legged animal, and they have segments to their bodies, you know. In this, they have like a longer snout and stuff. Now I'm drawing a freaking giraffe. I'm supposed to be doing eyes. It's, you know, it's all just very basic stuff, and you just add on to them. But yeah, I hope that y'all's weekend is going good for ya. Whatever brings you happiness and relaxation, or, you know, you got projects that you're working on during the weekend. Hope that you are participating in that. Make this top lid here a little darker. I'm gonna make this one like a side eye. Whoever this is giving somebody a side eye. And a really mean one at that, too. And I'm doing a little squint upwards here. Whoever this is, they do not like what they are looking at or who they're looking at. I'm going to give a little bit more space for the inside here. Kind of doing some cleanup around it as well. I'm kind of rounding off this shape. Sharpening this up. And pointing this down just a little bit more. Okay, let's put in a pupil here. I want this one to be smaller than the one from before. So that. And then we'll put in a little light dot here. Some people only do like this half one here, and then some people go over it. I like to go over it just to give myself a better idea of the full shape of where that light's touching. Because, you know, there could be, you know, a shadow that comes over here, you know, depending on your light source too, you know. Typically the shadows do come from the top down though. Again, it really just depends on where you're placing this person, you know, or creature, or whatever, right? So I think I'll make this eyebrow a little wider though, or a little thicker, I should say. I don't want to do too much use of the transformation tool, and it's just basic sketches. See. Let's do a crying one, actually. I wanna work with some water element there. See, this will be the start here. Oops. Starts to pool up over here, and maybe it spills out just a little bit. Kind of collects into a drop. Yes, indeed, Big D. Hello. Now if I start doing a mouth as well. And we can make a face. We can make one of those, oh my gosh, that weird, this is so terrible, I'm sorry. This is gonna end up giving somebody, like, nightmares. This is so cursed. I like doing that to people, though. It's like, it's such a funny face to make in, like, a comment section when something's, like, awkward. I remember a long time ago on Facebook they had hidden emotes. You can make, like, the penguin and the shark and stuff, but you have to use certain characters and symbols. Let's see, this is kind of spilling over here. I need to make this lower lid, or not lower lid, the tail end of it a little bit thicker. Maybe we got a little one growing right here. Maybe. Let me see what's going on here. Let's see where. I was going to try placing the eye itself, but I wanna do the eyelid first. I wanna make this eyelid kind of sink underneath this top lash, and then come out here. Not every eye looks the same or has the same eyelid shape or, you know, eyelash volume or ooh. I like this here. something very scary or, you know, shocking has happened. It's brought some sort of large, tearful emotion here to this creature. Let's do a larger eyebrow. Maybe it's got a little angle right here. Put in some little hairlines to kind of break it up. I think this one I'll have a smaller light source and then a larger one as well. Then let's put some let's put some eyelashes, just very light ones. I need a smaller brush for this. Just kind of curling them upwards. And making little triangles, little curved triangles. Not too many of them. And also some little ones as well. Some little single hairs. Maybe a little further out towards the bottom here. Okay. I remember saying yesterday that I might go into these hands here and put in some color, but I'm definitely not going to do any line work. There's no need to do that. I do want to do some coloring because I do enjoy the coloring aspect of it. You know, it's like making your own coloring book. That wouldn't be a bad idea, actually. Just take like previous works and make the clean up a lot of the line work of it and compile all of those into, you know, I don't know, some sort of like personal coloring book, and just kind of mindlessly do different variations of the works. We'll do some little light dots even in these little tear droplets that are bubbling up here. I'm just making sure that my pen strokes always have a curve to them, because this is a very rounded droplet. The little light dots, so it's gonna be here. It kind of reflects downwards. You don't see as much of that lighter one up down here. Put in that shade here for the pupil. He is. He has got lots to talk about. Ain't no slow show tonight. The crazies have saved up energy, and now they've been let loose. Some shadows here. I didn't put any of these kind of shadows in the previous drawings. We have another added element here of some tears, so I feel it's a little, I don't know, it's a little needed. Helpful maybe. Let me go over to this one and just put in this darker color here. Okay. I'm gonna jump over to these hands because I do want to do some coloring. I think that'd be fun. Start out with this basic one. Just putting in this base tan-ish Caucasian looking color. Then there's some fleshy pink parts. So we do have veins and blood vessels in our hands. I'm gonna lock this layer here so I don't go over it. Actually, 1 second, I'm gonna unlock it because I do see a little spot that I didn't fully go over. Inside here, these fingers. Making a new layer for some shadows. I kind of want to play around with some more of that coloring. I'm going to drop it down to 50% opacity. And then using that same kind of fleshy pinkish color I applied. Let's have some shadows. Oops, 1 sec, I did not clip it. There we go. That's why it was being applied to the rest of the canvas there. Then I'm gonna flip it. This is a warmer tone shadow. If I wanted to make it a cooler tone, I could use blue or green and some purple, some like bluish purple. Let's make that a little darker. Do this softer brush here. Oops. I need to go with an even softer brush here. Do some very very light erasing here for the shadows. Shadows right here in these crevices here between fingers. And then also give a little hint at where the palm meets the fingers. Okay, I'm using an eraser with that softer brush. Just swapped it to a transparent color. And slowly get rid of some of this shadow. Just very lightly. Just in these spots where the light is most touching. Let's soften that up there. So that is a cooler tone. And if I wanted to make it a little bit warmer, I just swap it on over to a warmer color and then kind of up that saturation. And then it automatically makes it a little bit warmer. Some more yellow tone and blue, which doesn't look very good in my opinion. And let's see what this looks like if I were to a shocker hand. I want to assume I know what that is, and I don't think so, old Joe. It would be a very unique hand shape. That not it'd be in a context of what this character is doing that this hand is attached to. would definitely pose some questions. Oops, I was on the eraser. I'm gonna color these lines here to kind of soften up this. Let's do this one over here because we've got some fingernails. And I'm just doing these all on the same layer here. Let's go for more of a tanned skin tone here. It's a little too leathery for me. Okay, inside of this hand, still got that pinkish, fleshier color. Oh, I need to remember to lock this layer before anything with the airbrush. Okay, I'm gonna unlock that layer. Let's see. I'm gonna go with a really bright red maybe, or maybe a green, some sort of like bright color. Ooh, maybe, actually, I think I'll go with like a cyan, actually, because it's more across the color wheel. I think I feel a sneeze coming on. I'm not sure. I hate that feeling. Like, I'm not sure it's going to happen or not. Oh, yep. Okay, or not. Like it was for a moment and then gone. Let's do the shadow, a darker purple color. I'll have light coming over here on these fingers here, but there's gonna be shadow over here. Okay, start erasing just a little bit of some of the shadows with the airbrush tool. Kind of just making a more defined shape here. Okay, make some more harder edged shadows instead of using the airbrush. Little shadows in here for fingernails. Putting in some of these smaller shadows here where the fingers meet the palm. Okay, gonna put in some shadows in here. And then we'll go in with that transparent color and walk some of these back to give it those highlights. Come back in here though. Just wanted to smoothen that up just a little bit. And then I'll go in again with that transparent brush and just take off this bottom piece. And smoothen it a little bit more. So I just want to have this sliver. Needs to be a little bit more of a shadow here, I think. Just double checking on that. Needs a much darker blue. Using a softer, transparent watercolor brush and getting that smoother gradient from the fingertip to the fingernail. Okay, I think I'll go over to those eyes again. Thank you, Wolf. Just setting up these layers here. I'm bad at promoting the donation bar up there. This part is a little pink color. Just painting in this inside part of the eye. And then even this is not entirely white. It's more of a kind of off-white. This light source is going to be the pure white color. Let's do let's play around with some colors. I'm gonna redo this little light marking, mainly just use that as an example for how different the two colors are and why I don't go with a purely white sclera sometimes. Which kind of depends on the design and its function. Applying some shadow here to the inside. Now, one thing that I learned from another artist, I can't remember their name anymore because it was quite a few years ago, when shading the inside of eyes, it makes a lot of difference to place your shadow inside of this color part of the eye. If your little light dot source, whatever, you put it on the same side as where that light dot is coming from, and up in here just a little bit, so that when you come in with the highlight on the opposite side of the eye that the light source is coming from, it makes it look more rounded. So I'm putting these shadows on this same side that this little light source part is coming from. And it just shapes the eye better. Gonna drop in the pupil color, make it nice and dark, not entirely black. But if you wanted to make it black, you absolutely could. Again, this is just kind of a technique style preference that I have. Making that part darker again. And up inside of the eyelid. Put back in So the light source here. Actually, take that back because I wasn't entirely done yet with the color inside of the eye. Putting in this little added detail. Kind of separates out the iris from the pupil. A little much right there though. And going more towards the cyan side of it. Come in with an airbrush. Put this highlight right over here. And just put in some little specks of light for that highlight. And this is just really basic coloring of it. Showing where highlights could go. And kind of just playing around with different colors. Okay, I think now I'm going to drop that color back in. And then this sketch I am going to clean up a little bit because that light source is overdrawn a bit. So I gotta walk this back a bit. Apply some more pencil here. Changing up some of the line width here inside of the eye. Let's see, I'm gonna go with a darker blonde kind of color for this eyebrow. Oops, wrong layer. Here we go. part of the eye I need to brush up on. There we go. And this can be applied here for some highlight on the sclera. Okay, I want to go and color, let's color this guy. We'll paint in the sclera. This is going to be a much darker looking one. I'm already kind of putting in that shadow color. Okay, I really want to make this one like a bright red. I just feel like it's, I don't know, it's the angriest of the eyes that I have done so far. I feel like it's a really rich color to work with. Go over here and lock this layer first. Put in this more orange-esque highlight. Kind of doing this in the reverse order as the previous one. Go over this little light dot again. Hadn't really put it in its entirety. This pupil. And then giving it a darker color. Then go in here and clean up some of that. And then reapply this. And some little light highlight dots. And then I'm just gonna go back in with that darker color underneath. Coming in with some more defined shadows. That's a little too defined there. And I'm kind of blurring this out. Yes, I watched tutorials of other artists doing it. I was like, oh, that's how it's done. Okay. Like applying shadows to the same side as the light source, and then putting that highlight on the opposite side, it totally, it rounds it out. I'll do a darker shadow over here. I would have never, I don't know, even fathomed that. Need a little bit of a softer brush here. If I hadn't like looked at other artists' work and seen their tutorials on how they make that stuff, how they make their artwork. I want to do this in a, I don't know, like a really, like it's a black eyebrow, but with black usually it's kind of hard to see unless you're using like a really dark brown or blue even. So I do a very dark gray blue. Since this is our edgy, angry eye character, might as well make this palette black and red. Have more of a wide-eyed, more innocent kind of color pattern with color palette. So I got the opposite side here. And with this one, I don't know, I kind of want to do like, I don't know, maybe like a purple eye and like a really dark green or something. I don't know, I want to do something unique and fun. Did I apply shadows to this? I did not. Okay, I'll have to do that. lock that layer. Am I using this multiply? I don't think I am. If I'm not using a layer for anything, eventually I end up just deleting it because it's just I don't know, it's just fluff. You know, I don't need to have too much going on there. And some hairs, some shadows that kind of give off that look of being some hairs. And that highlight color. Sharpen it up a little. Okay, I'm gonna apply that highlight and shadow color to this brow. Then you don't see it too much. Still nice to show some definition. I'm gonna give it a little more visibility here. You know, Sun Honey, I've been told that 5 or 6 times now. I think it's not a coincidence. It's and I've actually been contacted to help out with a children's book before. And I'm not opposed to it. I've been making little side web comics, but they're just storyboards. They, you know, and some like very basic placements of, like, you know, this is where this character is going to be sitting in her bedroom looking outside of a window, and it's just kind of grown into like a bigger world than just the characters' little pod, though. So I started getting lost in the sauce of the details of my own my own story. I started making it because of all of the scary futuristic things that the 3-letter organizations are are wanting us to evolve into by 2050. And so I started writing this story from the perspective of somebody who that's all they've ever known, is that, you know, that world that that they want us to I guess on the surface it's like an evolvement, but it's actually a devolvement of our freedoms and everything that we've grown comfortable with and have known. You know, their version of the internet in this comic world of mine is very sanitized, very controlled, and they know next to nothing of the real world. What they believe to be the sky is not really the sky, but they've known nothing else besides that. So, you know, that it's an entire civilization that's been fed very limited information about the world, their world, and you know, this is you know, we have to stay inside of these controlled areas because I guess I should say that they know nothing of the realities of the outside world, because what they've been told is, you know, it's not habitable. You can't live outside anymore. You know, there's too much. There's not enough oxygen. You know, because people from the past, no, not that old Joe. But people from the past have, you know, it's all their fault. It's all their fault, you know. The people that created that world, you know, that reality are they get to choose the history that those people believe. And I'll move over to this one here. And so, you know, even the history, you know, they're told, you know, what happened long ago and who caused it and who to blame, and it's not just the history, but also what, you know, what they should eat, the available, you know, options, you know, their favorite music, their favorite colors, their, you know, every aspect of human life inside of this controlled civilization. I saw a lot of things foreshadowing that in some of the news, and I just kind of compiled that into, like, what am I supposed to do about this or think about this? No, Aleph, I'm not doing that. Should bring up the bonk emote for both you and old Joe. Be the perfect time to use it. Suppose I could actually bring up the storyboards for that webcomic. Oh, okay. Are we having a wolf raid? I don't know what's going on. No idea. Let's see. I wanted to do something across the color wheel here. Oh, I knew it. I knew it. I had a feeling. I had a feeling. Welcome, everybody. Drop a like if you enjoy the calming, relaxing artwork. Today I'm doing more eye studies and hand studies as well. I did some coloring of these. Right now, just working on this teary-eyed eyeball here. Kind of going across the color wheel for the color of the eyebrow. It'll be like a darker, kind of a green color. I'm trying to go for like a unique color palette for some of these characters, or character eyes. Welcome, welcome. Raquel, Fry TV. Yeah, sure. You can subscribe as well if you want to see more artwork. Again, I'm terrible at promoting myself. I get too, I don't know, focused on like, I'm just going to talk about the artwork. But every like, subscribe, share, even chatting, it's all engagement. It all gets counted. I found out that even searching up the channel name in the search bar helps. Do some highlights in here. A softer brush. Hello, Randy. Hello, Wolf. I hope your show went well. Well then, you did your job, didn't you? You got the people going. I think a lot of people care. I think if they didn't care, they wouldn't be here. They wouldn't spend time. Okay, I'm gonna pull up some of these darker colors here for the purple. Again, following that technique of applying shadows on the same side as the light dot to create more of a rounded look for the eyeball. Okie dokie. Just don't mess with my crops, please, okay? Yep, exactly, Regel. You could just be living your life and doing your own thing, and somebody out there's gonna be mad at it. Okay, going in here with an airbrush. Yeah, we do, we play Icarus, which is an open world base building survival kind of game. We've also played Ark and Sons of the Forest. kind of getting in that mindset of, you know, working as a team and building up a home together and taking care of it, and then advancing through the game with that. I await the meme, Regel. Yeah, exactly. Behold, a simple rock. And yes, that other one is exactly true. Oh yes, and scissors as well, huh? I've seen those people that like they add like lizard or Jesus or gun or, you know, whatever, right? Like they add a bunch of stuff to rock paper scissors just to get like an upper hand. I'm like, hold on now, this is getting too complicated. I've seen a graph that like it crosses over each one that like it's up to like 20 or so. I'm just like, I can't keep up. You have 3 options. Just keep it simple. I know, they won't accept defeat. They gotta have that upper hand. Literally. Alright, this one I'm doing in more of a correct order. Now put in these little highlights. Do an even lighter color up here. Thank you, Ragal. Thank you for the like. Hope that you have a good rest of the night and you take care. You do whatever makes you happy, Wolf. You did your work. Now it's time to relax. Let's see, we'll go a little over here. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, we'll need those. go with a very, very light baby blue for the tears. Kind of getting a base color in for our highlights and shadows. Yeah, you do start tasting the plastic after a while, and it's not, it can't be healthy. Can't be the healthiest. Oh, that's right, Jonathan, that's right. And they have them in packs as well. Yes, we do have some soothing beats and sounds, yeah. Fireplace, got some good tunes. Yeah, and those farm stores, I think they would have stuff for like canning as well. Like, you know, it's like that's just, you know, you expect to see it there. Let's get a darker blue. I'm gonna lock the opacity for this. And just go underneath here. And normally these would be a little more transparent because obviously tears are not a solid blue color. That would be very strange if we all started, you know, crying a solid blue color from our eyes. I think that would be a bit concerning. But for the sake of color here, actually, what I can do is apply this background color very lightly to the inside of this tear, and it kind of gives it that transparent look to it. A little bit of a purple. There we go. It's not entirely obvious, but it's still enough to give it some slight transparent look to it without being entirely transparent. If that makes any sense. I'll do some little light markings. And then finally going back over to this part of the eye and putting in those light dots. I am using a brush that kind of has a color bleed on it to make it a smoother transition over between colors. So I just have to go over it a couple of times, or I just change up my brush, honestly. Let's get a softer variation. And then I can erase this right here. Oh, awesome. Good to hear. I like creating a, I don't know, a relaxing atmosphere. Because originally, before I went back to streaming, because I used to do this on Twitch, without so much of the, like, you know, fireplace atmosphere, and, you know, it didn't used to look like this, obviously. But while I was on my 2.5, 3 year, I can't remember how long I was on hiatus for, but it was for a while. But I would have, you know, a fireplace going with the, you know, with the little crackling of the fire, and, you know, like a wildlife stream, and I'd just be drawing, creating that environment for myself. And I started feeling like I should share this kind of an atmosphere with people, and also break hiatus. So let's see, I'm gonna move over to these hands here, do some more coloring. Why are you stacking human skulls? I am concerned. Where are you getting these skulls from? You have a skull trading business? Did you get like a new supply in? This is your other hustle? You haven't told me about. Oh, you were going on a trip. I see. And when were you going to tell me about this? I have to cancel some plans. I kid, I don't have any actual plans. I'm just giving you a hard time. No, the original homeowner has renters, and they need to get them out. We ain't doing any of that. I told you, we ain't doing any of that. I want to make this hand a very, I don't know, an alien skin color. I'm getting kind of bored of regular human skin colors, as you can see with this one. And also with the red eye, I'm just like, uniqueness. No entry allowed at Marksman's Place for these renters. Dead on sight. No games will be played. Let's see, let's do like an ash color. Not necessarily a full gray skin alien. It's got some cooler tone to it. Not entirely that blue. We have that with the entertainment center, Wolf. My parents are letting me keep our big entertainment center that we have here with display cabinets. There's 3 levels on both sides. But like, if you want to, you know, do up like a special shelf thing, I'm not gonna stop you. I'm just saying, we have something like that. Yeah, hopefully it fits. I need to measure it before we go over there. do a lighter color inside here. Inside. I'll lock that opacity. I'm gonna go back in and correct this a bit. Go over these fingers. We'll do darker fingernails. Kind of reminds me of a, that Gargoyles show. Like their skin tone. Or some sort of like, I don't know, underwater creature or something. Oh, there we go. That fits, Marksman. Get a whole themed display cabinet collection going on there. That'll definitely be a conversation starter for when we have guests over. I think this light source I'll have just straight in the middle. So these shadows are going to be on either side, just touching the edges. And then inside here, to give the inside of the hand some depth. And I'm actually going to lock this opacity and change up this color because I'm still using the same color as the hand. Let's go over it with this color. Let's see how this works out. Some light shadows here where the thumb meets. Again, it's all just about these basic shapes and lines, and you add on to them until you've got something tangible there. A lot of people look at a final piece of artwork and wonder how it got to that point. It's all just really basic stuff that's built up over time. I think that's true about a lot of things. You know, you see like these grand buildings with like amazing architecture and wonder like how did people go into like the planning of that, and you know, the skill that it takes to make those designs. Like it's just jaw-dropping. But even those are, you know, they're built up over a basic foundation and structure shape, and it's you know, it's a mountain of design and dedication and time put into it and skill. It's art in of itself. Kind of flipping back and forth here from the left and right to kind of reset my perspective. If you ever start getting a little bored about how something looks, or you don't see as many things that are off with it, it's good to flip it around, or, you know, switch to a different canvas. Wolf was telling me the other night that his tattoo artist does the same thing. If something looks off, he breaks away from it and takes a step back and looks at it a different way, or I'll put in some little lines here in the shadows for the different segments of the fingers, I think. They're very light, but they're still somewhat visible. Not distractingly, though. I'll flip back over to these eyes. Let me save this. Okay, so I'm going to sketch up another eye. Let's see, what kind of expression? Let's do it down over here. So we have two that start off this way. Let's start this one here. Maybe we'll do like a bored kind of a pretending to be impressed kind of a look. Try not to use this. I'm trying not to use this transform select tool too much. But I like this line shape here for this eyebrow. Because it could be like an eyelid line or an eyebrow, depending on how large your eye is. I think this will be my eyelid line. Flip that around. A little more of some definition down here to this lower lid. But I'm going to take away just a little bit of that line weight here. In the eye, it's kind of going to be looking upwards. Keeping in mind, I want to still see the pupil. Maybe there's a little bit of a sunken eyelid here. This is where this eye socket would be, though. A little shadow. That pupil's gonna go. Okay, I'm gonna extend this eyebrow out a little bit more. I'm gonna go in to color this. I'm actually gonna pull from this eye here. Just a little bit. Throwing in the lighter color for the sclera, locking that opacity. Making some more shadows here. My brain was trying to combine two different words there. A little bit more of that highlight color. Okay, so let's see. It's a little bit more underneath. Let's see, I've done blue, purple, red. Let's do a golden amber kind of color. that shadow color put in. And here on the same side where the highlight dot is going to go. Making sure that opacity is locked. And then taking a brighter color here and applying it to the other side. And just kind of evening this out here. Okay, putting in this darker color underneath the pupil. Kind of just separates them out a little bit more. Actually, I need to adjust. There we go. Need to make it a little bit more of a stronger brush shape. And we'll come in with the darker colors and give some more definition to them. These lines up here are a little messy for me. I'm gonna go over them with a, oops, not that brush, I need the airbrush. Very light airbrush, kind of blend them out. Putting in these little highlight marks. Putting in a little bit of a darker shadow here, just want a little bit more definition. And I'll go around here. It's kind of an off-white color. of smoothing this out. The blend tool, not the blur tool. Okay. I'll put in the darker color for the pupil. Very, very dark burnt umber color. Okay, I'll put in that bright white light color. Do you feel the pressure, Nuke? With all of these eyes looking at you. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good weekend. Do some cleanup here of these lines. Okay, I think for this eyebrow, I'm gonna make it somewhat of a similar palette to the eye. More of a reddish, warmer tone. Gotta remember to do it on the correct layer though. Okay, we'll start with the darker color, adding some shade to this base. Let's start with that airbrush action instead of the regular brush. And then getting a lighter highlight color. And I'll go in and kind of erase little parts of the eyebrow that are just a little messy or too busy. I'm going to add some more highlight here to this eyebrow. Just kind of see that think that looks better. All right. Okay, let me pull up, let me save these actually before I forget. Because Sun Honey was making me think about my webcomic that I'm kind of piecing together whenever I have time. Let's see, where am I keeping it? Okay. Cheers to you as well, Nuclear. Okay, so I will show you guys the main character. And perhaps even I'll do a little work on it. Let's see which I need to find the had two different designs for her. Here we are. This is FE03, nickname being Effie, and she lives in a pod number 3, with 4 other people that she has been told are her friends, told are her family members. She's got a little chip in the right hand where that's how she is able to pay for things, even though there's not really any actual money. It's ATN, it's attention points. It also monitors her health and enforces security. Tells her, you know, if she's eating too much sugar or salt or whatever, right? Like, you know, you're able to monitor your health that way, and as well as the people that put the microchip in there, as well as enforce security, allowing her to get into her pod but not anybody else's, or, you know, other rooms that she's not supposed to be in that people don't want her in. I have some design notes here. Again, like, this is all stuff that I started seeing in, you know, the plans for what the three-letter agencies kind of are, you know, planning by 2050. I saw that a while ago, Mr. Schwab of the WEF said that he wanted, in the future, by 2050, everybody's wearing uniforms. Through Amazon, they have a try it now, you know, sort of thing, try before you buy feature. I was wondering, I was like, well, are we going to have clothing that's rented out? We don't own anything. Exactly, Jonathan. That 15-minute city, the line. I kind of had started thinking about that, you know, because they have on the outside of the line, there's mirrors. They were, you know, trying to implement that idea in there, and of course, it's not actually realistic. You know, everything is so compacted in, and you're packing in a bunch of different cultures in there. There's going to be conflicts, and everything's so tightly packed in there that there's going to be nowhere for people to escape to. You know, there's stampedes that are going to end up, like, happening. It's you gotta think about that. Exactly. Well, but yeah, so I was kind of implementing that kind of a thing into it as well, that the people on the outside of the area that she's living in, they don't even know that that's there, because to them it's it looks like a mountain to the outsiders, an entire mountain range, and underneath this mountain. I wonder if I actually have this visual. I made it a while ago. Environments. There's the campfire scene. Don't have an exact image of it. I thought that I did. Anyway, so I'll pull it up here and I'll do a little sketch of it in this canvas. So the outsiders of this world that I'm making in my little comic thing, there is a mountain range. Say this, right? And to them, it just looks like a mountain range. It just looks like, there's, trees everywhere, surrounding the bottom parts of this mountain. This is a really half-assed sketch of it. But underneath these mountains, there is little cities. They're domed off, and this dome here is what they view as the sky. Because it's colored blue. It's it's got like computer monitor screens that have clouds that pass by them, and it's time of day and everything. Like, it's supposed to look like it's they're not inside of a mountain range, but everything inside of this environment beyond these mountains is inside of the mountains is controlled. They have cities. They have a way to get in between different cities underneath. And there's homes inside of all of these, but they kind of have this this pyramid shape to them. The tallest most ones are for the, of course, higher upper echelon people that have participated in this this future city more so than others. Why they have more ATN, more attention tokens, attention points. Because in everything, you are paying attention to something, and in this world that I'm making, that attention is compensated by points. Exactly, Jonathan. Private security, business work, government, private. And people are doing that. There's people that are taking that responsibility into their own hands, because it's it's just gone down to the crapper, and we leave it to people that don't actually care. So, but yes. So I have this little idea going on that they want to kind of hide away the people that they can control. So we all kind of, I don't know, it's a separate society from the outside world. See if I can show these environments here. I have a scene planned out where this girl from the inside of these mountains, she ends up escaping because there is a power outage in her section of this pod world, sort of line-esque environment. And because people have gotten so used to being entertained all of the time, that when the power goes out and there's nothing to entertain them with, and everything is smart devices, electronic, everything, people start going crazy and freaking out and slamming the furniture against the walls and just raging out. And she gets scared and hides in some sort of like a closet, and people come into her pod, and she's hiding, and they end up breaking open one of the walls accidentally, or not accidentally. I mean, like they throw a chair at the wall, the steel, not steel, it's like a very cheap, like aluminum kind of a wall, because everything is done very cheaply in the future. But after they leave her pod, she kind of, there's an opening in this wall, and she hears more people coming, and slips through the hole in this wall, and is going through these really narrow tunnel systems, and eventually gets out of the sealed off mountain line city. And she meets this guy on the outside that had just recently gotten into an argument with his family about, you know, the people that he thinks that he's seeing inside of this mountain in these visions. And he gets into this big argument with his family and runs off into this little hideout area that he has with his horse. Finds, actually, this is a visual of this vision that he has. These people inside of these numbered pods that are sealed off within this mountain-esque region. So her escaping from this, you know, power outage scenario, these other pod mates that, you know, she doesn't actually know them, but they're going into her pod with her pod mates and destroying things. She escapes from it, and he ends up seeing her, and have a meeting where she's like, I don't know who you are. I didn't even know there are other people out here. And there's a little bit of an existentialism moment. Like, you know, this world that I came from is entirely fabricated and fake. And I thought that, you know, the world outside here was like, you know, I'm going to suffocate as soon as I come out. But, you know, in order to, like, escape from the people that are coming after you, it's, you know, you weigh those options. Either be, you know, attacked and brutalized right then and there, or go outside and potentially, you know, you can hold your breath, but like you've been told you're going to suffocate. And so she chose to go out. And so this is the little hideout area that the outside guy sees her stumbling across this street that I need to update this and make it look all broken up and old and stuff, because a long time ago when they were setting up this mountain city, they had to transport things over there. So this needs to be more of a dirt road, or like some sort of beaten up road that was like long time ago it was used. So anyway, so he comes over here with his horse after getting into an argument with his family about what he thinks that he saw from this vision here. He sees her running across this and passes out on this road here. This is such fitting music. So this character over here running across this, stumbling, and he jumps down here with his horse and is approaching and trying to investigate, because he had only had a vision that this area was real, and didn't actually think that there was people over here. So let me open up this one. He ends up talking to her and gets her to meet some of the other campmates. I want to put another campmate over here and over here as well. But they have a lot of questions for her about where she came from, and they had heard rumors from people a long time ago, grandparents and great-grandparents, about people that were inside of the mountains. And they didn't know they were inside mountains. And so they, you know, have lots of questions, and it gets a little overwhelming for her Do I have anything else? I had worked on these back in like 2020, 2021, so I'm kind of revisiting these. What else do I've got here? I'm looking through my folders here. This story has changed either names of characters or... Oh, is this it? Oh my goodness, I think this is it. I think I found it. Kind of. There's like a mountain-esque like crater. And then there's a dome that's put over the crater. And it's kind of... Yes, I had a concept where the people that are running this high-tech city that's inside of the mountain... Yes, Jonathan, this is a story that I'm writing. So, let me catch up with chat here, hold on. That's right, Jonathan. It is their own responsibility. Speaks from dystopia style works, but now it just hits close to reality. Yeah, see that, and that's exactly why I was writing this, to kind of cope with the scary as stuff that, you know, the information that I saw coming out. I'm like, what can I do with this? How do I compile this? And it kind of, you know, it manifested itself into a world where, you know, it's split in two. There's people that refuse to submit their entire security and lives away to this high-tech, you know, smart city. And then there's people that were like, you know, life's too hard and I want people to do things for me. So thank you. I'm trying not to get like overwhelmed by the different pieces of it, so. Yes, Spider-Man too close to home. This is kind of what it was. It's not entirely what I was looking for. But yeah, so I have like little snippets and pieces of the story kind of put together here. Let's see, pull up. Do I have... environments, characters. This is one of the characters that is in charge of curating this main character's online feed. There is she has her own like social media feed thing that she scrolls through in this webcomic, because with webcomics you scroll through them on your phone. And I have planned one of the chapters. You are basically scrolling through her timeline, and the things that pop up are curated for her from somebody that's their job, is a feed curator, and even that person gets paid in ATN. They get paid a little bit more than the consumer. The curator gets paid more than the consumer, and the creator gets paid even more than the curator. But anyway, so this character's personal curator that is also in charge of the other podmates. So it's all connected. It's all controlled by like a pyramid scheme type of thing. Sorry, I'm stumbling on my words here. Kind of, Jonathan. Kind of. When you scroll through her timeline, you can see the things that she's liked and what she's, you know, reposted and stuff. But it kind of is. There's different like specialized ads that are that have like Easter eggs towards other parts of the story I want to put in, like you know, there's an advertisement for a particular line of clothing that you can rent, or like a subscription service to you know, a virtual event or something, right? Like that ends up popping up later on in the story. But so the person that is in charge of curating the social media feeds for this character and her 4 other podmates is this guy. His name is Davian. His number is 0089. And he's very lazy in how he selects what, and this is his previous design that I did not want to go with because it just looked too put together. I wanted him to look a little more disheveled and a little crazier. But he's a lazy bastard, and he doesn't curate things well. And so there's a reason why this character doesn't really feel like the life that she's been given actually correlates with what actually gives her joy, what actually makes her happy. A lot of the things that she scrolls through because of him just do not align with the things that like a favorite color or favorite music or an event that she wants to go to. He likes getting ATN very quickly and easily, and isn't the best curator. So, and you know, his doing a good job is not really like, it's not compensated well. There's not much of a bonus in doing a better job as far as his boss goes. So again, like it's a whole pyramid of just laziness. You know, you got like this pyramid going on here where a very base main character lives, and then he goes up in rank, but you know, he does a really shitty job, and his boss is doing a really shitty job, and up and up and up until, you know, I suppose I should have done that in the middle, until the very, very top point here, like the boss of this particular, you know, smart city, this e-city, whatever, is the most laziest, consumption driven, like he's just letting the entire city just eat itself alive. You know, he has no idea the issues going on down here, because he is eating his own tail and letting, you know, the consumption just run the entire show, which is why there is some breaking down of the lower parts of the city, and there's a power outage, and she gets out and finds this other guy, these other humans, this whole entire group of humans on the outside of the smart city, even though she was told there's nobody out there because they all, you know, suffocated and there's no oxygen. But lo and behold, there's plenty. So it starts off a whole train of events from, you know, just I don't know, just pyramid scheme negligence. I don't know. Just people just not seeing the bigger picture of what's going on. Do I have any other? Let's see, I have. This is the, hold on a second. They have virtual versions of themselves for this, like, virtual world inside of their social media feeds. And so this is this is a previous design for her. It looks a little too similar to my Vivian character, hence why I changed it. But his Davian's is this guy with this teal hair. Just going through my old designs here to change around the colors. Here I have some color palettes as well. I need to change this paper color. I do not like white backgrounds. So we have the outfit palette. Everything is either gray or it's this blue color. To kind of give this air of everything is secure. Everything is as it should be. Everything is, you know, there's no need to question whether something is safe or not because it's, you know, it looks like that. It's a color theory. We have, I need to put in his color palette here. So you can see here there is a particular name. And I need to change that because I don't want too much of a crossover. So we have the pod numbers for her. These other characters in here, and then their usernames for this online world that exists within the smart city. So there's other layers to the story. The deeper that you go into the smart city, and then as you are exiting it, things get a little more genuine, less artificial. By the time that she gets into this, where's that campfire scene again? By the time that she gets into this campfire scene, that virtual world is it seems very fake, because it is. And because there's genuine conversation happening here, and you can see body language, and it's very I don't know, it's just like a genuine moment when they're in the more of the virtual world. Those conversations are few and far between. There's less of a human aspect to it. Trying to find some other pieces here. This is kind of what I've got for the first episode. Thank you, Jonathan. Like I said, it's I get lost in the sauce of the details way too much. And I have a mind map, it's kind of crazy. This, I don't know if this will show up. I need to change this. This is like a draft of what I've got going on. So it says, a long, long time ago. That's how a story starts, right? I wish I could actually say I knew what it was like a long, long time ago. Before the sky filled it with dust and the plants dried up, which is, as we see, not true. Alright, Jonathan, you have a wonderful night, and I hope that you rest well. Take care. So she was told that the sky is, you know, filled with dust and there's no oxygen, all the plants dried up, before we all ran inside our homes and shut our doors forever, before I could no longer see the moon or stars. I wish I could say I knew a time before all of this, a time before all of these chords. And then there's the title card. You too, Jonathan. There's the title, and it starts to wrap around to this chord. It says, ever since I can remember, I've been looking at screens, brightly lit rectangles of words and pictures and videos, and it says very tiny here, it's overwhelming. And then my entire life, and that's when I stopped. So yeah, so this is kind of a rough draft of what I've got going on for a webcomic here. Different little visuals and pieces save that. So yeah, I've just kind of been building it up whenever I get inspired to do so since 2020. See if I can actually find that mind map and make sense of it. I believe this is it. See here, I changed some of the names as well. This is the guy on the outside. And I had a question here. Is this the same person? These ENet friends actually employed by the big bad evil guys group to emotionally manipulate others into never trying to leave. A little bit of a spoiler over there. The setting, there's the characters, huge hexadomes and craters, themes, visuals. See here that the colors, blue gives you this air of safety, trustworthiness. Black is powerful, authority. White is this freedom, this purity. Here's some social manipulation tactics that Davian and the other curators and even the creators kind of implement. So just giving myself like a reminder of, you know, that non-stop talking, arguing out of what you want, this forcing closeness. So I done some research into like, what would that look like for, you know, a character to get to be very trusting and trying to come off as too much like that, right? Being brave enough to make your own path when neither choice is genuine. Something like that, kind of an idea, you know, because when people read this, I want them to think about that kind of a concept even after they're done reading. To think about, you know, there's somebody that, you know, when you're scrolling through your social media feed, there's something, you know, it is curating that for you. It's giving you, you know, either certain memes or certain news about a particular group, or you know, it's just things that I had noticed. So here I'd started to kind of storyboard verbally. So even like these, I've made a note here that she starts seeing weird posts about a future power outage and grouped attacks, and they suddenly disappear from the feed. All of a sudden they poof, you know, like how Facebook will refresh and then you've lost that image, that meme that you were trying to save. All of a sudden these posts start disappearing, and a few days later there's the power outage. And then there's a group of thugs that enter her room and end up breaking that wall. That's how she ends up getting out of there. Escape is the name of the program running in the hexadomes, projected outside the landscape. Very much like how video games these days look really nice. Like the graphics for them. Imagine if that was, you know, put on screens in the sky. The clouds, you know, the ray tracing stuff, like, you know. If you're thinking about what is this all going to look like in, you know, by 2050, how much are things going to advance? Effie lives in a fast-paced smart city run by billion-dollar corporations that reward their citizens with points the more they interact with the city's services. So the more that you're interacting with this and participating in it, the more that you're rewarded for it. Very much like how there's point systems with, you know, like fast food apps. The more that you buy on there, the more that you know, plan a trip with Alaska, you're going to get more points. You're going to get more, you know, McDonald's points or, you know, Dutch Bros points. Like, the more that you are participating in their service. So you can imagine an entire city that's like that. And it's cashless. They use their own currency. It's hidden away inside of this contained area. And after several decades, people just kind of got used to living and growing up in there. So anyway, eventually I'll piece together that and start making more concrete episodes into it. And honestly, I wonder if it's something that I could actually make part of the stream. I wouldn't mind doing that. It actually would give me incentive to further that. So as you can see, my pink purple-haired Vivian character started off. She actually started off as a kind of fashion model for just random outfits and clothing designs that I wanted to make, but I didn't have a character for it, and I wanted to. I didn't want to keep on making random characters. When I was doing my art stream on Twitch, I would make random characters and then put outfits on those random characters, and then I started her design and then just stuck with it, and then just started making alterations to the outfit. And then these stories started being written, and I needed a virtual version of the main character. I'm gonna do some coloring here on this hand. Gonna make it more of a darker skinned hand. But yeah, so I needed a virtual version of my main character. So I altered her hairstyle a little bit to make it somewhat different, but it's still very much like the same character, and I don't want to cause any confusion if I wanted to use her for a different purpose in the future, for a different project or something. Some things will stay the same, and some of them will change over time. But the plot elements that I have down so far are that we've got smart cities that are hidden away within mountains. That society is split away from the real world enough that there's been generations of kids that grew up in that, and that's all that they've gotten used to, and all that they want to know as well. Got that there is a pyramid scheme of laziness, and that's the reason why a lot of the things at the bottom level for our main character are breaking down and falling apart, and it is no longer habitable. I figured out how to pronounce that. I'm gonna clean up this right here. Get a little softer. I used the wrong brush there. I was not supposed to use that stronger brush. For these fingernails, I'm not going to apply any color to them. I think I'll just have them be bare. Okay, let's apply some shadows. Let's put the shadows on this side. And a little bit of this stronger shadow down here. Applying the shadow to these fingertips. Okay, and I'll put in I didn't put much of a highlight on there. still need to color the lines for this one, I just realized. It's more like a gargoyle looking hand. Or some sort of like a bluish vampire type of skin tone there. These lines a little bit of a darker shade here, since that is the more shadowy area. Let's see, let's do a red hand. I kind of want to do like a demon hand, or some sort of like a devilish red. I like playing around with colors and different ways to do shadows and highlights on them. Just kind of spices things up. A little too bright though. There we go. Okay, locking that opacity. Throw in some different shades. Gonna give this hand a different look on the palm. I think I'll do a nice dark color for these nails, or do a natural color. Let's see what that looks like. I like that color. Kind of makes me think of this eye. Like if this hand was connected to this character that has this kind of an eye. Kind of makes me think of that. simply because they're similar colors. Okay, so it's going that direction. I want to make sure I'm not providing shade to the same spot on each hand. I want to give it some variety. It's the wrong color to be using there. Okay, I'll draw it back a little bit on some of these shadows to give that natural highlight. And then put in some more shadows to give it more definition. Oops, that was a little too strong. Going down to the little hint of an arm here to do some shading. After I get this one done, I'm going to take a teeny little break, do some stretching, and get some water. Okay, I'm gonna recolor these lines. This is a little messy with the airbrush. Airbrush is good for softer gradients. And these brushes, these watercolor brushes, aren't as, don't have a larger spraying effect. A little more controlled. The hint that there's something back there. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get myself some water and take a little stretch break. Let me actually make a BRB note. I'll zoom out here. Then let me actually make this tiled. Okay, I'll be right back, one moment. Okay, I'm back. Hello, hard-working closer. Note to self, do not try to drink water while also climbing upstairs, or you may choke on some of the water. Excuse me. Okay. 'Twas time for me to change my gloves. My little studio is in the closet of my small room, so it gets a little stuffy in here. So every now and then I gotta change out the gloves, because with the stuffiness it gets a little sweaty sometimes. Kind of gross. It kind of encumbers the drawing. Okay, let me get rid of this BRB sign, because obviously I am back. I see that maybe I need to color the line here for her tears. His or her tears. I guess it could be a guy with longer eyelashes. Okay, coming in here with the lighter blue kind of a color. And you can see here it definitely makes a lot of difference depending on the brush that you're using. There's a much stronger brush, and so this is a softer one. Okay, I think for this last half hour of the show, I'm going to do some coloring of these lines and kind of bring these eyes to life a little more. Ooh, sorry, I still got some of that water caught in my throat. Okay, I'm gonna put on, actually, I'm gonna take these skin tones from these and use them in the for skin tones in these eyes here. Let's see. I actually, let me see. I want to start with this reddish eye with the black eyebrow. I need to finish these lines here. Okay. Okay. Okay, so let's try these skin tones out. See where we get. I think it's a bit too red, honestly. It's way too warm. Let's try this blue one. I was kind of curious about that. That's why I was like going back and forth between the red and the blue. Okay, okay. Maybe. Again, I'm just playing around with these like colors and figuring out what looks good, what doesn't. Like that. I don't like that. It's like there's too much orange and blue going on and it starts feeling a little too, I don't know, weird with the colors. Let's just start out with this one. I like this pairing. Okay, so we've got this skin tone here. So I'll match it with the line work, and we're just going to color these lines. Okay, so we've got that skin tone in there. And clean up some of these eyelashes. I don't want to get rid of this gradient though, because this is a soft gradient from the eyelashes into the skin tone. And going up into the eyebrow, kind of correcting that. Okay, now I'm going to go into this eye here. It's almost black, but like just a little bit of a darker red. Like over here is going to probably stay, if I say black. Just a little gradient. But this white part, I'm using the airbrush and it's way too soft, so I'm gonna change that up to the watercolor brush. And it hides this line here, but it makes this, I don't know, it's like it sharpens it up a lot. Get that skin tone color again. Just kind of play around with this here. Okay, I am satisfied with those line colors. Let's see. I kind of started playing around with the skin tone for this one. I'm not gonna go and try to do any like gradients or like shading around the skin tone. I think I'm gonna get overwhelmed and too lost in those details, and then the other ones don't get done, you know, or further developed on. Let's try this one. This one fades into this bottom eyelid a little later on. And because this one's upper lid is more slanted downwards, it has a harder edge here. So I'm gonna put a white color on this part here. Kind of fade that into it. And even actually this light part, I'm gonna soften this up a bit. Oops, that is purple. Something about it was just too, I don't know, jagged. Not as soft as I wanted it. There we go. It's fighting between deciding if I should change the color or not change the color, and I will. I'm actually gonna go into the line, or not the line work, the sketching here, and kind of put some more emphasis on the round parts here on the eyes. I just heard my stomach growl, so I need to have a snack. Excuse me. Okay, that should tide me over to the end of the show. I'm gonna fill in this part right here just a little bit more. Okay, I'm gonna move over to this one. It's a little too pink. Okay, I can work with that. Okay, going up onto the upper eyelid with the skin tone. And that gradient, smooth gradient. And then up into the iris. I gotta make that a little darker. Okay. Okay, I'm going up into the eyebrow. Make that a darker color. Painting over that, but there is a lighter shade to it that I'm going to put up top. And then that white part. So we've got our airbrush. Okay, so I'm gonna go over to this one. This one. Let's try out that blue tone. What about the red tone? I think the blue just kind of, it's easier on the eyes, I think. Because the combination of red and green always makes me think of Christmas. I just feel like it'd be easier on the eyes. Do a gradient effect over here and then paint over that with her eyelashes. This is a little pink though. I'll put that there. Underneath here, I'm going to use that transparent watercolor brush. And then just being a little cautious about it. actually come in here and do some cleanup on this. I know I was trying to put in like a little bit of a shadow with the sketching tool with the pencil. It does just make it look a little messy. Okay. Let's come in here with the darker purple color. Spray that in there. Oops. Let's not use the airbrush tool. Go into this eyebrow. See this darker purple in the center there. Okay, got those nice and colored. Got a few more minutes left in tonight's show. I'm gonna do some coloring on this hand, I think. I know I had said like I wanted to do like a more alien-esque tone and it ended up being this blue, but then I tried a red, so that next alien-esque kind of color would be green. I want to put on, let's see, here we go. They're like an alien or like a goblin or something. I think actually goblin would make more sense. Oh, I was so confused. I was like, why is that a different color right here? Because of the shading I did on this hand here. It does give it a nice effect though. I like that actually. But this is because of this layer, which would be part of the shading. But because I found that appealing, let's actually do that. I'm gonna apply some light nail color. Not anything crazy, just the bare nail bed. Actually, I'm gonna make it a little darker. Wonder what that would look like. I like that. Okay, I'm gonna clean up some of this sketch here, and then I'm gonna call it a stream, because it is 3 minutes past. Not that I don't mind going like over a little bit, but I do like to maintain some sort of a schedule. Today I was a little bit late, so I stay a little bit later. Okay, looks fairly cleaned up. Save for that spot right there. Didn't get to shading it, but perhaps we'll do that tomorrow. I am tempted to work on my webcomic on the stream. I think that would be fun. So I will entertain that idea as I fall asleep tonight. Anyway, this has been my art show for tonight. Thank you everybody for showing up and hanging out with me. I hope that you will hang out with me again tomorrow. Same time, same place, as always. I think we've gotten used to the regular schedule. That's why I like maintaining routine and schedule, so we all get used to seeing me at a certain time and me being here at a certain time, so I'm not late like I was earlier. Anyway, let me plug my stuff as per usual. If you like the artwork, be sure to follow me on DeviantArt and Twitter. If you have a DeviantArt, if you have a Twitter, that is where I like to post my work in progress pictures or finished pieces. And then I also have my link tree as well that has everything else I could possibly give you guys as far as links goes. So this has been my show for today. I hope that you guys come back tomorrow, and hope that you enjoyed. Have a wonderful night, guys. See ya tomorrow. Goodbye.